last time on Xenoblade Chronicles X, we didn't even start. But yeah, um, this is like, hey Adam, nice of you to hop in or drop by. Yeah, I think I said before that I was never gonna play this game for stream, but then I thought, but then I realized I wanted to play it again. But I don't really have like I can't really. I mean, timing is hard, so I thought a weekly update while so I could at least do things on other days when I feel like it. So yeah. Anyway, let's get started. Let's get started on a new adventure in Xenoblade X. Right. I think I backed out. Nope, I didn't actually. Yes, I do. I do upload. Probably advertise that. Hey Sandra, we're watching aliens invade. What? Yay!
July 2054 AD. The Earth was caught in a great battle between unknown alien forces. Their weapons were terrifying and powerful beyond human reckoning. Our planet was overwhelmed, its surface reduced to ash and rubble in the blink of an eye. The Coalition government knew the war was coming. In response, they prepared the Earth-Life Colonization Project, Project Exodus. Interstellar arcs were launched all across the planet, from every major city on Earth. Bravely, we leapt from our cradle, our home for the last 4.5 billion years. But most of the arcs never even made it out of the atmosphere. Only a small handful managed to escape. Among them was our ship, the White Whale. After leaving Earth behind, we spent 2 years wandering in space, searching. We thought of ourselves as the lucky ones, the pioneers who would settle a new world. But our past caught up with us, literally. The alien blitz was unrelenting. If not for the efforts of a lone hero, we would never have survived. Our ship took heavy damage. We lost control. With our flight systems down, the white whale was pulled into the gravitational field of a nearby planet, its hull shattering and breaking to pieces as we plummeted toward the surface. Since then, 2 months have passed.
So, here's probably what's gonna take me the longest in this game. Like, creating a character. For those who don't know me, I am really bad when it comes to create these kind of things. I really spend way too much time on these kind of things. Yeah, I did nail my first playthrough, so I guess I'll just probably think I would have. Yep. All right, so we have some presets already. So I mean, yeah. So thankfully in this game you are able to edit your character after a certain point. So you're not like locked out, like completely locked out or anything. So it's neat. Like top left. Also kind of like we'll start with that. Okay, size. It looks pretty small. And fun fact, fun fact in the Japanese version, there was for the female setting there was a setting for yes, but yeah, but it was taken out in the English release. I'm not yeah, it's on one hand it's a bit sad that we missed out on ow. On one hand it's a shame that a feature gets cut out between languages, but at the same time it's a very small feature, very small thing, and not really something that it might have even affected the age rating or something like that. I don't know. It's not a big thing like entire quest line or anything. It's just yeah. Anyway, all right. I could be as white as ever, or I could go with. Yeah, you have quite a bit of control over what thing is. I debated whether I wanted to make it a really silly character or just go for cute or silly, and I kind of just want to go with something I would actually want to play with, for right now. Maybe later on, but like this. I think that's stars. Oh wait, that's cheeks. I can't really see much of a difference. It has a little blush. Stars. Actually, I think I'm gonna go with this. Oh. Yeah. The moles are everywhere. Really like here. I think that's cute. Alrighty then. Style. We don't have too many hairstyles to choose from. Kind of like this. Of course, a twin tail is like, I mean, I'm always stuck with twin tails, but like, not too like, none of these really match my hairstyle personally, my personal hairstyle. I might just go with this. Kind of like the headband. Yeah, like, might be a lot more than I can manage. But yeah, I know what you're doing, but ain't it then? Special. Well, I have to have the Yahoge. I have to have the Yahoge. I'm the main character after all. Okay, now for color. So here's the red. I mean, figures. Like, I mean, makes sense. But, yeah. I kind of wanted to just do my own thing, you know? Actually, I kind of like these. Well, these are kind of on the magenta side. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can't change the color of the headband, so I might... the hairband, so I might just... somewhat... It's more... yeah, that's roots end. Okay, roots. Ah, okay, interesting. Okay. Yeah, like, I was somewhat tempted to just make a really silly looking character that just, like, because of how they give a quite a bit of freedom with certain parts of this. And tips. Yeah, like with tips, I could probably do something. I could sort of make ourselves a girl. So if I did then mix that well. Oh wait. Oh, the tips. The tips are affected by so you can't like have different for in terms of shape, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I like the blue idea a little bit. Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. Also, just go. Can't really go too. Oh, okay, it's not really a blacker color. See, yeah, like since like I know I'm going, I have to go with red hair, so I think I'll go like switch to. Oh, frick, that part of me that's scary, but also kind of cool. Surprised, like a, and it looks like there's like much. Yeah, some of these kind of makes you look like you have a lot of paint in your hair. I mean, this one's kind of cool, but a bit long. Yeah, I wish I could change the front, like the front hair a little bit, but alas. Okay, that's roots. Okay. This, like I said, this is probably gonna take me the longest time, which is like, yeah. Oh, kind of like it's sort of lighter. Maybe go all the way back down. Go back down all the way. But yeah, it doesn't pop out too much. And this is like, I believe that's just the same. And that doesn't pop out too much. Let me compare that with like the other red. Wait. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think I'll go with this. Like I said, you can just like you can indeed like edit this, like edit whenever, even change your character's gender. And the only reason I'm doing like for being female for this playthrough is because I did male in my first playthrough like 7 years ago. So, right, pupils. Okay. You make her totally soulless. Or pupilless, rather, I mean. Which I actually just. I mean, if I was able to set it to like have one eye be one and. Like, so I mean, these are more cat-like, but at the same time, they're kind of creepy. Kind of creep me out a little bit. Or honestly, I kind of prefer like when it comes to eyes, just simpler. Okay, color, first color. We need. Okay. I just touche, but just yeah. Like I would have gone with that if I like would have gone like with like a mix if I could have like it just made separate settings for just her. Like, yeah. Okay. But yeah, we can also use the bumpers, or not the bumpers, the shoulder buttons to see either character lightings. if I change... Yeah, that's still creepy. Huh? Okay, now for makeup, which I am completely clueless at when it comes into this kind of stuff. Like I could do that, but at the same time, yeah, like, I've never really been a fan of eyeshadow, honestly. Like, too much looks, like, to me, like, too much looks gaudy, and yeah. And, I don't know. Oh, and here's face paint. I don't like the heart. Oh, wait. And yeah, like, and there's like masks, like mask paint. So, and yeah. Some of these are kind of ridiculous that I kind of wanted to use them because no one really uses them. Like, I'm pretty sure most people like don't use them at all because because of how silly they are. But I kind of want to use them, but maybe not. But not right away. Yeah. That bug flying around. Okay. So now you get to choose our voice, which happens in battles.
They never stood a chance. Huh. Shall we? All right, let's do it. Huh. All right, let's do it.
You're a Platt, you're a Buckland.
Hey there. Here we go. Nice job. Huh? Huh? Nice job. Huh? Huh? So what if you staggered me?
Aim at Elizabeth McGlynn.
Huh? It's a pleasure. Huh? Shall we? I've lost my balance. Success. Huh? Ah! Success. Shall we? Shall we?
Christina Venezuela.
We did great. We did great. You're in good hands. What do you say? Huh? You're in good. Here goes. We did great.
Higgins.
What? Hey, hey. Oh, all right. Let's murderate them. We sure owned them. I'm getting wobbly. We sure. What?
Classic, Karina Reeves.
Let's get on with it. Shall we then? Shall we then? Shall we then? Yay! We win! Let's get on with it.
And yes, that is Fiora. Like, that is, like...
Let's go. Huh? Huh? Let's go. Just tell me what to... Shall we? Shall we? Let's go. Shall we? Let's go.
Huh? Hey there. Hey there. What do you say? I hate losing my balance. Hey there. Huh? Hello. I've lost my balance. What? Let's
Yeah.
get on with it. Yay! We... What? Shall we then? What? Shall we then? I've lost my balance. Shall we then? Huh? You're in good hands now. Here goes. We did great. Here we go. We're gonna do great. Huh? What? We sure own. Let's murderate 'em. Hey, hey. Oh, I'm getting whooped. We sure owned them. Huh?
Oh. Now, I think I'm just gonna like start out with Karina Reeves, and we'll probably be changing things up whenever we get the option. Okay, so I made a new save. So, I actually wanted to show real quick, the male voices that are in here. Yuri Lowenthal.
Hey there! They staggered me! They staggered me! Victory is ours! Huh? Huh? Huh?
Bryce Papenbrook.
Huh? I'm off balance! Come on! You've still got a ways to go. Hey?
You know, it's funny how like when I first played this, I only knew a handful of names, but now a bunch of these names are are now ringing bells.
Oh,
Keith
feel like
Silverstein,
knocking people
or
around.
Silverstein.
Easy peasy. Easy. Yo. Rock and roll. Yo. Let's get this started.
Thaddeus.
Greetings. Game and set.
Robbie Damon.
Greetings. We'll work well together. Game and set. Greetings.
Like I believe Akechi from Persona 5.
Hey!
And this one.
Nice to be wanted. Yeah. It's nice to be wanted. Hey there. It's nice to be wanted. They staggered me. Huh? Right. Let's. Huh? Sorry, but it. Huh? Cheers. Sorry, but they staggered me. I'm off balance. There's no substitute for real combat.
Adam Howden as well as Dan Warren. Like, yeah.
I'm off balance. There's no substitute for real combat.
Basically, shit. Load. Open character 1. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna.
We sure owned. Here goes. Huh?
It really does.
Hup. 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 What do you say? Here goes. What do you say? Ugh, I hate losing my balance. What? Hup. Hup. Shall we then? Huh? What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? So what if you staggered me? Huh? We did great. Huh? Let's get on with it. Yay! We win!
Okay, I have to make a choice, otherwise I'm gonna be sitting there forever. Okay. And yeah. I just realized I'm gonna have to make another big decision later.
Attention, external access confirmed. Disengaging stasis in 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
If I have a hand.
Releasing hatch. Please stand clear.
Hey there. Looks like you're all in one piece. careful. Just take it nice and slow, okay? Your senses will need time to reactivate. Your pod is the only one around that landed intact. Good thing I found you. My name's Elma. You want to tell me yours?
Do I have to?
You don't even remember your own name? It must be the stasis hangover. That's not good. Just try and focus, all right?
Okay. Oh boy. Would put in my username. But I think it's a bit weird. Just use my use my own name or something like that, or like like whenever there's dialogue that where someone might say my name. I don't know. So yeah, or not, I like in fun voice. Uh, oh no. Oh no, that would be. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I I I can't steal that joke. Like um I am super basic. Like
Good, there we go.
the name I always
What else do you remember?
already have a girl.
It'll come.
All right.
In the meantime, I'll get you up to speed here as best I can. How are your limbs? Can you move?
No.
We'll take it easy while you shake the stasis out of your system. One step at a time, all right? First things first, you'll be needing a weapon.
Okay.
There you go. All right, let's get going.
Although I believe this is one of the this is like the only Xenoblade game where you. Oh yeah, prologue awakening. I believe this is like the only like the only Xenoblade game where where the characters actually get wet. Hey, take a moment to check the mini-map. If you ever get stumped, following the yellow arrow should reveal the way forward. Though, an occasional excursion off the beaten path never hurts. You know what they say about all work and no play, after all. Right. Yeah, region discovered Primordia. Okay, Starfall Basin. And also, yeah, on the top left, you'll notice notice a bunch of achievement stuff, be getting a lot of achievements, and that's usually for, online stuff, but, yeah.
Most of the white whale's life pods didn't survive the crash, like this one.
Oh.
You're one of the lucky few.
Oh.
Right. You don't even remember the white whale, do you?
The giant fish?
The L002? The ship we escaped Earth on? You remember Earth, right? Planet Earth. Your homeworld. Or rather, it used to be anyway. Unfortunately, it was caught in a battle between two alien forces. And destroyed. Ring any bells? Don't feel bad. It's one memory I'd like to forget.
Huh?
I know. It's been following me for a while now. I didn't want to alarm you, but we're going to need to defend ourselves. You up to the task?
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty then. Draw and draw. Target and draw. Initiate combat by targeting an enemy, then drawing your weapon. Now what do you say we give it a whirl, I'll be here to back you up, so feel free to experiment. Target R, target A.
Here they come. Engaging. Lay down the fire for me.
Oh, frick. Oh, jeez.
Look at this
I had to relearn stuff. Oh god.
Target in sight.
I have to relearn how to control this game. Whoops. Oh, well.
You're not half bad. There's plenty of work back in the city for someone who knows how to handle a weapon, you know.
Come here. Look depressed at the idea of work.
Hey, I'm not trying to pressure you into anything, alright? It'll be your decision in the end. But anyway, we can talk more details later. For now, let's keep moving.
Alright. Oh, we got a new weapon. Oh god. Oh god, this, it feels so weird. Compared, when you, it feels so different when, walking. Compared to the other Xenoblade games. Okay, yeah. DR for jump. And yeah, and you press in the left stick to dash. Another reason it's different from the other Xenoblade games, is that there's actually a dash button that you'll probably be constantly using anyway. Yeah.
The sky's the limit with me. Let's get on with it.
Let's see what you've got. Shadow Strike! Gliding Slinger!
Flame grenade!
Oh, okay. But yeah, not only do you have an assault rifle, you're also equipped with a knife. We just got a new item, like a new art just for, well, like. Okay.
Nice work.
Okay. Oh.
The rain's starting to let up, just in time for sunrise. Follow me. I promise you're gonna love this.
That's a big boy.
Pretty wild, huh? They're all indigenous, as far as we can tell. We need to learn to play nice with these guys if we're going to try and coexist together. We call this planet Mira. You won't find it on any star chart. But it's our new home. Recognize the habitat unit? That's where we're headed. Watch yourself. That first step's a doozy. We can jump if you like. You could handle the fall. But the indigents down there are another story. Some big, some mean, all nasty. Given our options, the high road here would be the safer way to go, relatively speaking. That said, whichever way you want to go, I'll follow your lead. You decide.
Yep, and it's all about sprinting, and there's also auto run. So we could either, so we could jump off from here, or we could just go along the route. Well, challenge accepted. Yeah, you don't take fall damage in this game. Okay, level 6 enemies. Oh, oops. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, don't quite have like everything I'm used to right away, cause don't. Yeah, right now the gamepad is just blank right now, so we're not missing much right now. Oh. Keep tapping a button, and yeah, and then that's how you do field actions. Okay, okay, camera settings. I want to go inverted for. We're going to allow the horizon to tilt when flying. Okay. A lot of these are things that. Okay. Yeah. Try that. Subtitles. Yeah. And. Okay. Actually, some games I prefer like inverted, and sometimes I don't. Like, right? And yeah, we would have taken that path up there if we. Alright. Yeah. But yeah, pretty much, like, the world has opened up to us, and we could go anywhere we want, but we won't, and Elma will be with us throughout all of it, but there's also the problem of you might not get too far without making some story progress. Anyway, here's some items that you just pick up off the ground. Jeez. Okay. Aha, Westgate Plain. And yeah, here we are. Oh, you just got stopped. Alrighty.
Looks a lot bigger up close, doesn't it? And this was just the habitat unit. The white whale was one hell of a ship. Until it all came crashing down, at least. That's the West Gate. It's closed off now for security reasons. But we've repurposed a freight elevator that will get us inside. Grexes. Riled. We can't leave them roaming here. Not this close to the gate. We're gonna have to take them down. You ready?
Alright. I keep thinking that I keep thinking about
Appendage destroyed.
like
Move in and strike.
ah like my my muscle memory from other Xenoblade for the past 2 Xenoblade games have messed me up. Which is saying something considering I played Definitive Edition for a bit.
Switch to close range combat.
Okay.
Sliding slinger.
Anyway,
Shadow strike.
so yeah,
Upper
like,
hand.
okay.
I should heal up first. Slow down. Melee attack.
I'm feeling pretty good. When I hit, Oopsie daisy, flinger, fire away.
Right.
It's a shame we had to settle near so much wildlife. Luckily, some species aren't so hostile, but they aren't necessarily friendly either. I've come to learn that there's a fine line between self-defense and provoking a fight. We need to walk that line. All right, let's head in. Who knows? Maybe seeing the inside will jog your memory.
So you wanted to know about so yeah, you brought up the OST names. So this is the name of Prioria Day's theme. And yeah. So yeah, that's yeah. I believe it's a common it's just yeah, that's one of the simpler ones. That's ridiculous. That's the silly part. But yeah, like I think it's actually it might it's a common theme with any project that where Hiroyuki Sawano is involved in the in the music, because I think a lot of the songs he composed are follow a similar theme like that, or very fancy or very yes. Yeah. But yeah. Right. And then also notice how we whenever we're hitting one of these loading, it's actually loading a cutscene. It's not loading an area. But we haven't hit any loading screens. One's Team X. Getting goosebumps actually.
Well, here we are. Not too shabby, huh? For a giant beached spaceship, anyway. But, like it or not, this place is our home now. We took the name from the city it was modeled after back on Earth. We call it New Los Angeles. Welcome to NLA.
And so it was that another survivor came to join our band of refugees. Together, we resolved to forge a new way of life here on Mira, come what may. New LA was our beautiful lie to ourselves. Truth is, we were adrift, heading into the unknown. Our native home was gone, swallowed in a shroud of light. And our future was uncertain. We had no idea what fate lay in store for us. Only that we had to keep living in order to see it.
Yep. Firm. Also, you only get one save slot per file, so I had to actually create a new file or a new B just to, so I don't have to overwrite my old save.
How about a quick tour of the facilities to refresh your memory?
Okay. Sure.
Let's start with your living quarters. Follow me.
Brave citizens of New Los Angeles, good day. This is your Director General, Maurice Chausson. Today, I once again come to you with news I am truly delighted to share. Yesterday, we repatriated 10 more White Whale crew members. These fellow pioneers will rejoin our ranks as citizens of NLA, bringing with them skills and know-how that will bolster our ability to survive and indeed flourish here in our new home. This, of course, is only the latest success in our continuing efforts.
Director General? Since when?
For the rescue and recovery of
2 days ago, ma'am.
brothers and sisters. I stand here truly
From political aide to director general in just a few weeks. At this rate, he'll be emperor by next month.
for a better NLA and a
Irina? Gwyn?
Nice work out there, ma'am.
The three of us were in the Coalition forces together. Specifically, the Special Operations Heavy Armor Training Unit, aka the Skeleton Crew. I was a colonel, and Irina a lieutenant. Gwyn was a more recent recruit. Of course, I keep telling them we don't need those old ranks anymore now that we're here.
You're still colonel to me, ma'am. No reorg will ever change that. And that's not about chain of command either. It's about respect. You've earned it.
And the award for best ass kiss goes to...
Well, I'd remind you both the ma'ams aren't necessary if I thought you'd listen.
This one of the survivors, ma'am?
The survivor. I only found a single pod intact at Starfall Basin.
Wait, what? What happened to 10 more crew members?
Come on, seriously? Chausson was never one to let the truth get in the way of a good speech. Still, every last survivor counts. You can call me Irina. I'm with the Interceptors.
Me too. Same division. You can call me Mr. Evans. Or just Gwyn.
All right, ma'am. We should be getting back to work. Until next time, Colonel.
Right. We should be going too. The administrative district isn't far. That's where you'll be calling home. For now, anyway.
Righty. Oh, Chapter 1. New Los Angeles. Right. Now we're in the industrial district.
There you are.
You're the survivor who was found asleep in a life pod? I heard Prince face a lot of indigents out there. It's like you rolled out of bed and onto a battlefield. Look, I'm no specialist, but if I were you, I'd worry that I put my body too far. We should head over to the administrative district for a medical checkup, or at the very least get some rest. Yeah, yeah. Elmo's voiced by Caitlin Glass, who known for many roles such as Haruhi from Oran Host Club, and Kyoko from the Danganronpa anime.
Hey!
Also, yeah, you can just overhear conversations, just like that. That's supposed to happen?
Damn it! Look, I know what exhaust smells like, and it was exhaust in the cockpit. Just check the ductwork, would ya?
Oh, I'm checking. I just seriously doubt... Hey, look at that! The intake exhaust bypass is reversed. Oh man, it's a good thing I caught that.
You caught that? You're the one who cleared me to fly.
Everything okay? It's not like you to flub a flight check, Lynn. Good thing you had a rugged pilot like Doug at the controls.
Oh, hey Elma. How'd it go out there? And would this be one of the you-know-who's? Cool. I'm Lynn Lee Koo, mechanic and top all-around fix-it gal for Blade. Yeah, well that, doesn't usually happen.
We know it doesn't, Lynn. Look, I know what you're thinking. But believe me, young as she may look, and yes, she is young, she's actually one of our top talents.
Most of the time, that is. Most of the time.
Anyway, you guys heading back to the barracks?
Yeah. Why do you ask?
As long as you're here, why don't I take you on the transport? It's a great way to see the city. I'll give you the grand tour.
That sounds like a great idea.
Alright, Doug, I think that'll be all for today. You can clean up here and dock the Skell.
What?
Don't mind the exhaust. I'll take care of it tomorrow.
Don't mind it? Wait, why am I cleaning up your mess in the first place? Lynn! Lynn!
And now we can add Lynn to the party. And yeah, in the other dialogue choice, Elma reveals that Lynn is 13, which, yeah, quite impressive. Quite impressive, but yeah. Anyway, oh hi. And yes, Lynn is voiced by Cassandra Lee Morris, who is known for Sothis and Fire Emblem and more from Persona 5. So yeah. I believe Doug is voiced by Patrick Seitz, who is
Not bad, huh? You can see everything from up here.
It beats walking, that's for sure.
The best way to see NLA. I never get tired of this view. It's like a different city every time.
It's certainly come a long way in the last few weeks. There's still so much to be done.
One day at a time.
Speaking of which, we don't really have time for a full pleasure cruise here. Why don't you give us the express tour, Lynn? Just the highlights.
Okay, you got it. New LA is divided into 4 districts. We departed from the industrial district, where Doug and I were conducting the flight test. It has food production, skill development, you know, industries and stuff.
It's also where the West Gate is located, remember? Expect to pass through there fairly often. The only other gate out of the city is in the administrative district, but I'm skipping ahead.
Next is the commercial district. Restaurants, galleries, cafes, clothing, groceries, you name it. It's a veritable shopping paradise.
The CD is the closest thing to a downtown we've got. It can actually get pretty crowded sometimes.
Well, by NLA standards anyway. Day or night, the best and only bargains on the planet. To your right, the residential district. Housing, housing, and more housing. Well, plus a nice park and the cathedral.
If you're ever looking for quiet time alone, or want to relax and unwind with a good book, that's the spot.
Right? The park is my favorite place to just zone out and chill. And last but not least, our destination, the administrative district, the nerve center at the heart of NLA. Note the distinct dual-level structure here. The upper level holds our administrative tower, home to Blade HQ and the government. Not to mention Armory Alley as well as the barracks where we live. The lower level there is a hangar complex for Skell maintenance and repairs. And this concludes our tour. We will be landing shortly.
Thanks, Lynn. We'll save the rest of orientation for once we're back at the barracks.
Enjoy your stay in the administrative district, and thank you for flying Linley Airlines.
Right. Let's get you over to the barracks. Then I should file my report. They'll be eager to hear the details on how I found you, I'm sure.
Well then, we better not keep them waiting. The barracks are pretty close, actually. They're set up just behind the giant blade tower here.
Uh-huh.
That road there wraps around the left side and leads right to it.
We'll pass through Armory Alley, but let's not get sidetracked, okay? We can check it out later.
I can feel myself getting stronger.
Blade tower discovered.
Hey,
I mean, hey, whatever works. Like it,
Am I right?
like it works. So.
hey.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
And here we are, the Blade Barracks. Consider yourself our guest until we finish getting you registered. Feel free to come and go as you please.
I am the worst.
Is there a problem here? So, you must be the latest rescue.
Yes.
Secretary Nagi.
Miss Ku. Chipper as always, I see.
What can I say? Pep is my middle name.
I ran into Doug Barrett on the way here, and he didn't seem quite so upbeat. Anything about today's flight I should know?
No, nothing to worry about.
Good. Be sure it stays that way. More importantly, Elma, you found another one. Excellent work out there.
Just doing my job, Mr. Secretary.
Now, as for officially registering our new citizen here,
Why don't we talk inside? There's a lot of ground to cover. It could take some time.
ah yes, of course. Forgive me. You must be weary from the stasis and your journey back to us. Please, after you.
I'll put on some tea.
Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Kentaro Nagi. You may remember me as Captain of the White Whale, but now I serve as Secretary of Defense here for New LA. The provisional government has charged me with keeping the peace, so all military and police matters fall under my jurisdiction.
He's also my superior officer. And he'd be an excellent person to talk to when you're ready to start looking for work.
What about a job right here with Blade? She seems capable.
Let's give it a little more time. At least until she knows enough to be able to make an informed decision. She seems to be suffering from some form of memory loss.
Memory loss? From the stasis?
She could barely remember her name, and nothing at all about what happened to Earth or the White Whale.
I see. Though, come to think of it, the entire lot of us have only been on this planet for what, 2 months? It shouldn't take very long to get caught up.
My thoughts exactly.
Well then, Where should we begin?
Okay, how did we end up on this?
It started at the end, 2 years ago. The end of Earth. The casualty of a battle between two hyper-advanced alien civilizations. Their technology and weapons were beyond our comprehension. We were like infants, naked, powerless. The Earth was reduced to ash and blown away.
I still wonder if I hadn't been there. If maybe all of this could have somehow been avoided.
No one can know that, Elma. What we do know is without you, there'd have been no Project Exodus, and no escape for any of us. Did it go perfectly? No. But we are here, and we are alive. We survived. So yes, Project Exodus. Once we learned the Earth might be threatened, we needed a plan to preserve all her various life forms. That plan was the Earth Life Colonization Project, otherwise known as Project Exodus.
Those of us who escaped on the White Whale spent over 2 years wandering in space. 2 hard years. But we clung to our mission, find a habitable planet and settle there. We had no idea how long it would take. Or that the decision would eventually be made for us.
The Xenoforms found us again, and, well, it wasn't a happy reunion. Earth wasn't enough. They wanted humanity destroyed. For better and for worse, we were close to planet Mira when we lost control of the White Whale. Inertia and gravity took it from there.
The ship had taken way too much damage to survive entering the atmosphere intact. We had no choice. We channeled all the power we had left to soft land the habitat. Once the dust cleared, we set to work transforming it into its current state. Searching for survivors, establishing Blade, installing the provisional government. Basically, making it a sustainable city.
Right? So, what is this about Blade?
Blade is an acronym. Builders of a legacy after the destruction of Earth. Quite fitting, I think. It's a relatively new organization. Up there in space, we had plenty of provisions, and a crew trained to handle the limited amount of situations we might encounter in our travels. But of course, all that changed after we lost most of our ship and came crashing down here on Mira. We needed food, water, search and rescue teams, surveyors, police. The list goes on and on. It was too much for the provisional government to manage on its own, so Blade was born. The idea was to have one central organization with different disciplines to fill these various roles. Its core was pulled from the Coalition military, so it's mostly former soldiers. But fighting isn't our most important duty. Right now, we have a single top priority that supersedes all others. The search for and recovery of the Lifehold.
Take a look at this.
Huh.
The White Whale was designed to carry an exceedingly large number of passengers, all of them held in stasis. All housed in a structure called the Lifehold. This is a complete schematic of that facility. Only essential personnel were conscious and active for the journey from Earth. The flight crew, maintenance engineers. And of course, some military so we could defend ourselves if necessary. But the vast majority were in the Lifehold. Are in the Lifehold. With any luck, they're all still there, in stasis, waiting to be rescued. But there's a problem. We now know the Lifehold broke apart along with the rest of the ship when we came down on Mira. What we don't know is exactly where all the pieces landed. Not very comforting, I know. Blade's top priority now is locating the missing units.
Right. So about registration.
Ah, yes. All citizens of NLA are required to register their name, age, and occupation. We also ask you report any personal assets and take a short survey regarding your current state of health. All purely as a precaution. I'm sure you understand. As the caretakers of humanity's survival, we all have certain responsibilities.
And hey, it's not all bad. Registering gets you access to all kinds of public services.
In any case, I'm sure this is all a lot to digest. You'll be wanting some time.
Yeah.
Ms. Ku, even I'm tired of hearing myself speak. Why don't you take our guest out for some air? Perhaps a tour of the administrative district.
Yes, sir. Come on, we'll keep this briefing brief.
Right, we got a story mission. The guide to our Blade, administrative district with Lynn and Elma, and learn about life as a member of Blade. Hey. Ah, geez.
Hmm?
Nice and chill area. Not quite yet.
You know, it's not every day we're authorized to let a civilian tour the administrative district.
Yeah, Nagi must really, really want her to join Blade.
The AD is a bit different from the other districts. It's got everything a Blade would need, all in one place, without any extra fluff.
Get a load of that Skell. Even the way that they walk is so cool. Oh yeah, work it, baby. Now this girl gets it. Aren't they just the coolest? Just everything about them. The lasers, the force fields, the bipedal and vehicular transformations. You ever have that dream where you're inside one and it's just transforming over and over and over? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Actually, I don't normally show this to people, but I've been working on some Skell fanfiction. Hold
Wait,
on,
what?
I'll just pull it up here 1 sec.
Lynn?
Oh, right. Sorry.
Originally, Skells were developed as a defensive measure to counter potential alien threats. It wasn't enough to save Earth, though. We were outnumbered and outgunned. Still, just look around you. New LA has gone from basically nothing to this in just 2 short months. We could never have come so far so fast without Skell technology. I'd love to get you into one to see for yourself, but it's not that simple.
Well, yeah, duh. For one thing, only Blades are allowed to pilot Skells.
Okay, that's
and
one
even
reason
then,
to join.
you need a license.
Yeah.
These aren't toys we're talking about. They're complex machines with powerful weapons. And they're a precious resource. We only have so many of them to go around. So yes, as you might imagine, the certification process is a fairly rigorous one.
I'm sure you're thinking, where do I sign up for the test? But it's not that simple. They choose you, not the other way around. You can't just walk in the front door and volunteer.
There is some criteria. The details are largely hidden, but basically, HQ only allows the cream of the crop to take the test. Blades who go above and beyond in their duties, and for the people of New LA in general.
So what do you say? If you become a Blade and work hard, I'm sure it'll only be a matter of time before they tap you on the shoulder.
Speaking of work, that reminds me. Why don't we check out the Mission Control Board first? That's where we take on our assignments.
Good call. Let's head on over. So this is Mission Control. We don't have a dispatch system yet, so Blades usually choose their own assignments. Everyone comes here and selects from the missions available on the board.
And it's not just official Blade tasks. Anyone with a request is free to post here. Businesses, citizens, whoever.
Yeah, it's basically how anything gets done in New LA, so the board is constantly updating. Just about every Blade will stop by here at some point in their shift.
It's like our second home. You'll always find a number of Blades around here, blowing off steam or browsing mission control for their next assignment.
Whenever I get freed up, I'll stop here first thing to check for any missions I might be suited for.
Likewise. And if the assignment seems too tough to handle solo, that's what the Scout Console is for. We should show you that next.
Hey, who's giving this tour anyway? We also have the Scout Console, if the assignment seems too tough to handle solo. And Elma just said that, didn't she?
Hey!
Alright, it's like a bug flying. Very tiny bug flying around and it just doesn't want to go away.
Yes?
Anyway, Scout Console, which I believe is both, is online only.
Ta-da! The Blade Scout Console. When the going gets tough, the tough go to the Scout Console. You know, to get tougher.
If you do end up joining us, you'll quickly realize just how important this little kiosk is. A lot of the mission control assignments are too much for any one Blade to handle. They tend to call for multiple members with specialized knowledge or unique skills. This console lets you search for and recruit other Blades to fill those roles for just such an occasion.
You can't spell Blade without team. Sorta. Anyway, awesome, right? So, you ready to join up?
Hang on, Lynn. Take it easy, would you?
What? I'm just saying you'd have to be some kind of an idiot not to want to join Blade. Or maybe a crazy person.
Oh, and here I thought you might be pressuring our guest.
Apology accepted. Now, how about a little shopping? And I'm not talking about the stuff over in the commercial district. I'm talking about Armory Alley.
Yeah, unavailable while offline. And yeah, I don't...
So this street's what we call Armory Alley.
Blades can requisition equipment from any of the vendors.
Excuse me, sorry.
I won't lie. Most Blade members face danger on a daily basis. Having the latest gear isn't about impressing your friends. It's a matter of survival.
True enough. And that goes not only for your personal armor and weapons, what we call ground gear, but for Skell equipment as well.
You can even buy whole Skells. Can you imagine owning your own Skell? Huh? Oh, right, the tour. I think all that's left is the heart of Blade itself. Blade Tower.
Hey.
Hey!
Am I right?
I'm going to... I need to change another setting. I don't know. Just yeah, that just feels natural. I'm so glad that in 3 they finally let us at least have 3 files. Like have more than one file. Even just having 2 is like really good enough for me.
So yeah, Blade Tower. When we come here, it's usually to stop by Blade HQ. The higher-ups, like Secretary Nagi and Commander Vandam, will spend most of their day here. Government leaders, too. They're based in the tower. Guys like our new Director General Maurice Chassan, for example.
Blades sometimes report to the leadership here after we finish key assignments. You'll want to remember this place.
And that about does it for our tour. So, what do you think? Pretty amazing setup, right? You can't wait to join Blade, right?
Okay, Lynn, seriously, that's enough.
Yeah.
We're not here to make a sales pitch. We just want you to have all the facts so you can make an informed decision to join us, or not. Now that you've seen where and how we work, hopefully it made a good impression, but your decision will be just that, your decision. In any case, let's head back to the barracks. Secretary Nagi will be waiting.
Yay! Story mission complete. Oh, already voted.
Strength comes from experience. That's true on any planet.
Hey!
Hey. Yeah?
Yeah, movement really does feel really good. Just as long as you're not having to make small adjustments.
Honey, we're home.
Yes, very amusing.
Who wants a fresh cup of tea?
Thank you, Ms. Gu, but I can't stay long. I just wanted to pass along a request from your commanding officer.
Commander Vandam? Does it have anything to do with our new arrival?
Correct. He stopped by while you were out on your tour. He said he'll come back, but that I shouldn't wait to ask you.
Here we go. I bet I can guess.
You probably can. He wants to fast-track our new friend here for blade duty with a training assignment. What in the hell are we waiting for? As he put it.
The commander does have a way with words.
Makes even my pitch sound smooth.
I explained about the memory issues, but he didn't see it as a problem. And to be honest, given our current need for blade recruits, I can't say I entirely disagree.
Hey, it's not me you need to convince. Blade service is voluntary, remember?
Of course, and I would never force or coerce anyone. Well, friend, what do you say? Can we count on you to do your part?
I don't know.
Ms. Ku, how much do you know about life pods?
Life pods? You mean like from the White Whale?
Yes, those life pods. Like the one Elma, a blade, rescued our friend here from. Emphasis on the word rescued. Because if you aren't released, you just sit there frozen in stasis. Forever.
So did you have an engineering question about life pods? Or is this all part of the guilt trip?
I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, what'll it be, friend? Now, you wouldn't want to refuse the people who saved your life, would you, friend? You said no, you wouldn't refuse. That's a yes, right?
Eh? Hmm. Uh,
You said no, you wouldn't refuse. That's a yes, right?
yeah. Uh, like it's not as silly when if you just accept right away, but yeah, yeah. I mean, to be fair, there really would be no other game. Yeah, like like it is a but thou must, but it's a good but it's a funny and entertaining but thou must at the
I
very
knew
least.
you'd make the right choice. Welcome to the organization. Elma, she can start on your team. You'll begin training immediately.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. With pleasure.
All right. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club.
Woo! I'm cool.
Now then, let's discuss that training assignment. We've decided to start you out on a probe installation, just to get your feet wet.
I guess we should back up a bit. Here in New LA, we're using a specialized computer system called Frontier Nav to help us deploy a sensor grid across Mira. A network of data probes that allows us to monitor conditions and collect all kinds of information about the planet.
Expanding that grid and filling in the blind spots is one of Blade's highest priorities. Here, take a look at this. What you're seeing on screen is a terrain map that includes New LA and the surrounding landmass. As you can see, we've divided the area into a series of hexagonal blocks. We call these blocks segments. Together, they form our grid. We determined this was the most efficient pattern, given the limited range of our probes. Based on it, we know exactly where we need the probes to go. Now we just have to install them.
The sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. The Frontier Nav probes can also detect the general locations of living things in the vicinity, which comes in handy if we need to track down a Blade or another citizen.
Yes, quite handy indeed. So for this first exercise, you'll be heading here, to that white segment. Go there, install the data probe, and then come back home.
Got it. East of the city.
In that case, we can take the East Gate out of the administrative district, right? We should be there in no time.
I'll leave the details on the data probe installation procedure to you, Elma.
Of course, Mr. Secretary. All right, you two, shall we?
Yeah! Training or not, let's go install the hell out of that probe!
Anyway. Right, chapter 2. The New Frontier. Not the final frontier, just a new frontier. Alrighty then. No, this is actually, it's kind of funny coming back to this game now, because when I first played this game, it was on a, like, back when I first played this game, it was on, I didn't have an HDMI TV, or it was, like, I believe it was RCA, VGA, something along those lines. And, yeah. And as a result, the quality kind of diminished a bit, to the point where I couldn't see the text.
Man, am I glad we pulled an assignment to the east of the city this time. It'd be a long walk all the way back over to the West Gate.
Hold on. Are we even sure the East Gate will be open? Last I heard, it was still on lockdown from all the high-level indigen activity.
It was, but they just lowered the threat level earlier today. The gates are officially open for business.
Nice.
One of our teams must have gone out there and kicked some furry indigen butt, huh? Seriously? That was you? Cool.
I don't think so. Those Grexes we took down were fairly routine. Definitely not something they'd lock both gates over, at least.
Then I take my cool back.
Oh
But wait a sec. You guys fought Grexes? The two of you?
no! Yeah.
Hey, that's still pretty cool.
I'll take it.
They've been hassling a lot of teams lately, especially how they hunt in packs and all.
Let's not get too excited. Confidence can be good. Overconfidence can be fatal, especially when you're new.
Yeah, you're right.
But enough talk. We've got our mission to deal with. Let's head out.
Roger. That probe isn't gonna install itself. Let's get to the East Gate, shall we?
Alrighty then. Alright, now we have access to the segment map. Like, this is Eleonora, like, Blade support lead. Here to tell you that the segment map is now available for use. The map displayed on your handheld comm device is a useful tool, with lots of info about Mira. Give it a look if you're unsure of where you are or what to do. Yep. And yeah, it's on my gamepad. So can't really show it on can't really show it, but hey. Like even if I I can't if I switch it to gamepad mode, it just switches it doesn't flip both sides. But yeah. Either way, Eastgate. Also, I want to check my ground. Like, I don't think so quite yet. Oh, well. Okay, there we go. Okay. That's worse then. Alright, so do I have fast travel? Well, I mean, I'm at the East Gate right now, so I don't quite have fast travel yet. I don't think. Yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah. Okay. Oh, should probably. Okay. Anyway, now the. Right. Right, East Lane. Oh, that's or, huh.
What the hell happened here? You don't think that one Sinicula could have killed all these Simius?
Unless...
Unless... what?
This is bad.
What's bad? I don't follow you.
That Sinicula. It's a tyrant.
A what now?
But it looks just like any other Sinicula.
Think about it. Your typical Simius is way higher up on the food chain than your typical Sinicula, right? Usually we'd find one Simius standing over 3 or 4 Senicula corpses. But here, the tables have been turned. And I don't see a single trace of any other indigents in the area. There's only one explanation. That Senicula is a tyrant.
Let me check the Blade Report database. If there's a tyrant this close to the city, someone must have run across it. Bingo. There was a Senicula tyrant sighted not too long ago, but it was a couple of segments further out.
It could have followed the blade that spotted it back towards New LA, or come here to feed, or who knows what.
Oh boy.
That's crazy. I can't believe there's a tyrant right on our doorstep, and HQ isn't doing a thing about it.
Well, don't forget why they sent us here in the first place. Frontier Nav's range is still limited.
Oh, right. They couldn't track it if there's no local probe. They must have lost it when it went off the grid.
Hey, what?
The Tyrant designation is given to creatures that pose a special threat in one way or another. That doesn't always mean raw strength. Some Tyrants will actually register as low rank when you find them out in the field and engage them in combat.
But don't let that fool you. If a creature shows up as a tyrant, you can be sure it's got at least one nasty trait or ability to speak of. The system can't account for everything, though, so don't let your guard down, no matter what rank it assigns. Even some of Blade's very best teams have come back with serious injuries after running into a tyrant in the field. If they come back at all.
Oh. Good.
Well, alright. I'm game if you are. Count me in, Elma. Let's do this. If we're gonna settle here on this planet, we're gonna have to get used to dealing with tyrants now and then. We can't just keep running forever, you know? Besides, I'd never forgive myself if someone else ended up getting hurt because we just left it here.
All right. Let's do it. But don't push it, okay? Either of you. If we can take it down, great, but if not, even just luring it away would be a moral victory. As long as we buy enough time to install the probe, we can use Frontier Nav to track it, or any other tyrant that comes this close to the city from now on. Just make sure you're ready before we attack. This will be tougher than anything else we've faced.
I haven't really done too many fights. Engaging a tyrant is no small task. It's important to equip your best before charging in, so double check all weapons and gear. Oh, and make sure your arts are ready and leveled up, okay? That's the first step in becoming a new combat master. Ah. Right. Okay, party, arts. Oh, the whole 12 now. Okay. And yeah, don't quite have any skills. Oh, oh wait. Oh, that's okay. Still haven't learned any. All right then. Alright, let's try it out.
Oh, they've seen us sneak in them just to be safe. Fire, Carnival! Blade, whoa!
I owe you one.
Shadow strike, multi-balance.
Also, another thing to remember is that, like, just like in Xenoblade 1, you could like you could move and attack.
When I hit, I hit hard.
Like something I wish would come back, but I understand why it doesn't come. Why it doesn't come back. It can be a bit iffy.
Upper hand. I should heal up first. Slide knife. Move in and do some damage.
Okay.
When I hit, I hit hard. And it's dead.
Yeah, there we go. Alright, that takes care of that appendage.
I owe you one.
Alright.
That's how to evade. You can do it.
Don't have any auras.
Slide. Slinger. Move in and do some damage.
When I hit, I hit hard. Soul hammer.
Shadow strike.
When I hit, I hit hard.
Alright. Oh, and there we go.
We are awesome!
Nice work, Lynn. You fought well. You did too.
Oh, thanks.
Now let's get down to business and install that data probe.
Hmm.
If we stay here for long, there's no telling what other playmates might show up. This beam of light indicates a frontier nav site. It marks the ideal spot to bury the probe.
Okay, the probe should be ready for insertion. I'll just boot it up.
Thanks, Lynn. The top half of the cylinder contains the probe itself. The bottom half is a laser. It dissolves the soil so the probe can burrow to the proper depth. We tried just planting them on the surface at first, but we kept running into problems with the local wildlife damaging the goods. Burying them is going to save us all a lot of time and headaches in the long run. We all set?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever you're ready.
Why don't you do the honors? You can launch it right from your comm device. Give it a try.
I mean, maybe Lynn.
What? You want me to do it?
I mean,
No, there's nothing to it, trust me. It's easy. And besides, this is supposed to be your training mission, remember?
I don't know before.
Which is exactly why we're here. You're going to have plenty of firsts as you become a blade. You'd best get used to it.
Oh boy. Alright, I'll take charge. Another but thou must.
Good. Now we just need to give it a minute to reach the target depth.
Huh? Right.
And installation complete. We are
Ooh.
now online with a solid connection to Frontier Nav.
Excellent. See? At the end of the day, there's really not much to it. The hardest part was calculating the ideal probe locations. We need them spread out evenly to maximize data collection.
Right.
Yep, planting probes is easy. And the more we plant, the more likely we are to find missing crew. So anytime you see a probe site, there's no excuse not to plant that sucker.
Hmm.
That'll do it for your training. Let's head back to the barracks and report to Secretary Nagi.
Righto. Okay.
Sky's the limit with me. I think even my cookie got better.
Oh, I'm now a Pathfinder. If we're gonna grow Frontier Nav, we need to install more data probes to plant. Plant one, simply approach a vacant Frontier Nav probe site and press the A button. This requires your mechanical field to go to be up to snuff, so don't forget to level it up. Forgot about that. Now, all that's left, I'll report back to base. But first, I'll let you know in on a secret. A giant beast like that is usually best engaged with a scout. Visualizing a foe like that on foot, especially a tyrant, is pretty risky, so be careful about doing such things in the future, okay? The funny thing is, most players prefer to be on foot. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Anyway, we can still explore, but... Okay. Okay, I don't have... Okay, yeah, I don't have... Yeah, I don't have fast travel right now, so... Have to hoof it, or foot it, or boot it, or I don't know. But yeah, I mean... Yeah. I'm pretty sure it is false, but I'm playing it safe than... I'm playing it safe at the very least, because I want to at least play it one more time. And doing a playthrough of this on stream is good. Alright. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, and see you next time. Whenever you stop by again. Have a good night. Down here. And so it begins. But Division 5. Buy stuff? Ground gear. Okay, so we can buy... Okay, I had 2100. We could buy everything, but I'm not interested in... What? We get Snorkel. Oh, um, uh-huh. Huh. Everyone. So this increases attack. This gives otherwise overall better defense, I feel. 4, there's 5. And yeah, we can buy like individual gloves. So if we were to just want, so we could be like, hey, I want a robot arm. You can do that. There's a reason why the diving stuff are very expensive. And I might as well show this real quick. Yeah, like in Japan, like that in the Japanese version, uh, whether there weren't any changes to Lynn's like swimwear, but here they add like another layer of protection or and stuff because she's 13. It's kind of it's a little weird, like, and honestly, I kind of prefer this. Like, kind of prefer this look, like for some reason, like the black mixed with, like, I mean, maybe not the black and black, but like the black and white looks pretty nice. Anyway, I get a better one. Huh. That is uh okay. Okay. And we could still buy, well, technically we could buy them, but we don't have a license. So yeah. Anyway, now I'm all decked out in my new, in my scale gear. Or my, I mean, battle gear. Okay, hello.
Commander Vandam.
Well, now, look what the cat dragged in.
Sorry we missed you last time. We could have come to meet you at HQ, you know.
Indeed. I suggested as much. Twice.
And we know how much I enjoy being told what to do. Anyway, I hear you tangled with a tyrant, way out of your league, on a training mission, no less. That was reckless, and goddamn magnificent.
Yep, and that's chapter 2 done.
So, Commander, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit here today?
Well, I can't just ask Nagi to do everything for me. I'd be out of a job.
Hey, I delivered you the new recruit, didn't I?
Yeah, you won the bet. Don't worry about it, all right? I'll settle up with you later. You know I'm good for it.
The bet?
I'm sure I'm needed elsewhere. If you'll all excuse me, Commander.
Well, that wasn't obvious at all.
Huh. Look at you two. I swear, you're like two children excited about a new toy.
Hey, I'm
Look
a human.
who's talking. I don't recall ever seeing you file a request to personally train a rescue before.
What?
Is that so odd?
It is before we'd even asked her to become a blade, little Miss Stick in the rear.
Huh?
Usually I ask when I don't get your slang expressions, but something tells me to just let that one go.
Enough about that. Where are your manners, anyway? I still haven't been introduced to our new recruit here.
Commander Vandam is Blade's top officer.
In a past life, I was chief engineer on the White Whale. Same idea, basically. Someone has a problem, I fix it. You follow?
Sure.
Not much for conversation, are you?
No, not really.
So you still haven't told us why you're here. From the look of things, I'm guessing this isn't a social call.
You don't think?
No. So let's cut the crap and get down to business.
Ha! Sounds like you're learning my expressions just fine, Elma. Anyway, first we need Chatty Cathy here to choose a division and pull an assignment.
Oh?
Pretty much everyone in New LA works for Blade, in one of several different fields. Helping to explore Mira, or to maintain order in the city, or, well, you remember Nagi's speech, right?
Yeah.
There are 8 different fields in all, and each one has its own branch within Blade. Officially, they're called divisions. Naturally, you'll want to choose one that best suits your personality and your talents.
Let's start with the Pathfinders. Pathfinder's #1 responsibility is planting data probes, like you did on your training mission. It may not be the sexiest job, but important? You bet your ass it's important. We've only been on Mira 2 months. We don't know jack about this place. The more probes we install, the faster we can get our bearings here and give ourselves a fighting chance.
We've already detailed how important it is we expand the Frontier Nav network ASAP. So, for the time being, I'll just remind you of the highlights. It helps us keep Blade safe. It helps us keep the city safe. And most important of all, it's the key to locating the missing parts of the Lifehold and recovering the rest of the human race.
Okay, next up, Interceptors. You met Akalov and Evans, right? Irina and Gwen? This is their division. Interceptors have one main duty: protect New LA and everyone in it from the wildlife here on Mira. Right now, this is probably our busiest division. Interceptors ride shotgun for the research eggheads, they escort VIPs around, and they help any other idiots who get caught out there with their pants down.
Next are the Harriers. Remember Doug Barrett, the Skell pilot conducting the test flight with Lynn? He's part of the Harriers. If you think of the Interceptors as defense, Harriers would be New LA's offense. They specialize in preemptive strikes on clear and obvious threats. But only on clear and obvious threats. They're not meant to go out and just blast any indigen that moves.
Right, right.
And you got your Reclaimers. These guys are in charge of finding the other pieces of the White Whale. Among other things, that is. Including anything of ours left behind after a battle. Skell debris, weapons, personal effects. It can get a bit morbid, frankly, but it's gotta be done. Until we're up and running here on Mira, and have this place completely figured out. Everything we brought from Earth needs to be treated like it's irreplaceable. Also, the search for the Lifehold. That's mostly on the Reclaimers.
Next, Curators. Curators are the first to scout ahead to unexplored territory, bringing back whatever samples they can get their hands on. Fruits, bugs, sticks and stones, you name it. It's not all picking berries, though. Being a curator also means being the first to encounter unknown indigens.
Next? All right, prospectors. Prospectors do, well, prospecting. They poke around, looking for minerals, resources, and whatnot. Things we need for everyday life here. We packed all the essentials we could on the White Whale, but that won't last forever. We need to be able to replenish our water and fuel if we want to survive. And sooner or later, we're gonna have to figure out how to replace things from scratch. From the socket on a Skell's knee joint, right down to the frying pan in Lynn's kitchen. Without these guys busting their butts, we'd have no future to speak of.
Next up, Outfitters. All of our ground gear and Skell weaponry is developed in conjunction with private arms manufacturers, or AMs. Outfitters are Blade's way of supporting these AMs. They'll seek out anything that might inspire new weapon ideas. and even assist with testing new prototypes.
Finally, the mediators. These are the folks who keep everything hunky-dory with John and Joan Q public. Any problems a civvy has, they come to mediators. Fight with your neighbor? Mediators. Lost cat? Mediators. It's not a division for everyone. You need to be a jack of all trades, and a people person. Someone with my charming personality? Probably not the best mediator. But if you got what it takes, it's a clutch role, keeping things cool on the home front.
All right, so I think that's all 8 divisions. Any idea which one you'd like to join? Don't fret about it too much. Whichever you choose, you still have a lot of freedom in how you operate.
Right.
Mediators can still get out there and mix it up, hunt indigents, whatever. And if a Harrier wants to take a break and settle an argument, that's their prerogative too.
Uh-huh.
To be honest, even though it's sort of frowned upon, you can actually change your division whenever you like. So there's really no reason to stress about this. All right, you ready to choose?
Oh, for the lover. Fine. Once more from the top.
Oh boy.
Pretty much everyone in New LA worked.
Okay.
Yeah, and? We're on pins and needles here.
All right. Okay. So yeah, place data probe, expand Blade's info network. Really good. Right, right. Eating enemy missions. Out of everything that curators is one that speaks to me. Either that or outfitters. But to be honest, this is also online only stuff. Like basically, there was a like in on the online stuff. You basically competed with the other divisions to see who get the most points, and outfitters were the least popular because of how limited they could be. Like while other some like just limited effects. So yeah, curator speaks to me more, so I'm gonna be curator.
Then it's settled?
Okay. Okay. I was wondering if there were just other.
Then it's settled?
All right. Thank God that's over. By the power invested in me, yada yada, you're officially a blade.
Woo!
Congrats, and welcome.
I know you're
Thanks.
gonna do great.
Ah. Hmm.
Now for the job. Let's get down to brass tacks. Nelson's team has gone missing. Last contact we had, they were installing a data probe out in eastern Primordia. Then, nothing.
Nelson. Pathfinders, right?
Are we talking indigents here or what?
Your guess is as good as mine, but they did have a skell with them.
Oh.
You'd think they could hold their own, or at least run away.
Alright, we're on it. We'll head to their last known location and go from there.
Report whatever you find ASAP.
Of course. Let's move out.
Roger that.
Alright, chapter 3. Time to search for Nelson. Alright, Builders of a Legacy. Or Blue. Now you officially played now. Congrats! Becoming one of us grants you access to a variety of services, including the shop terminal, the AM terminal, mission control, and more. Some services are still off limits at the moment, but I'll get back to you on those later. Fast travel! Ever wish you could just zip straight back to a place you visited? Well, that's why we have fast travel. It allows you to instantly return to a significant landmark, as well as any Frontier nav sites that have data probe installed. Just access the segment map to use it. Or, like, arms manufacturers, or AMs, support us from the sidelines by developing new weaponry and gear. And by utilizing their services, we can support them too. Head to the AM terminal in Armory Alley to learn more about working with AMs and make new gear. Alright. So.
Thanks.
Uh-huh. Okay, so the fast travel. Gonna go and go and let's just go to the administrative district, and I'll go to play concourse. Have a nice trip. So yeah, now.
Hey.
So now we can use this, and yeah. Okay, so pro tip, for gathering quests, just like you'll see if you have them already. So just add them when you have, and you have them in your, like, have it with you. Uranium, I can use that. So yeah, you don't need, like, so yeah, just grab a few quests and then head out. Head out to Mira. Yeah, still unavailable while offline. Alright, so, you go over here, but yeah, manage AMs. Alright, like Sakuraba Industries, central pillar of the Sakuraba Group conglomerates, which enjoys a reputation for excellent products. Sakuraba firearms exhibit remarkable stability and accuracy qualities, but faithfully exemplify the design ethos of their creators. And Granada Galactic Group. This new arms manufacturer is an avid investor in beam tech research. Its best sellers are weapons that emphasize quick cooldowns and projectile wear that offers high beam resistance. So yeah, just by simply equipping gear from a certain developer will from a certain AMs will increase increasing stuff. So yeah. Miss. Okay. Okay, yeah. Big stuff. Develop new gear. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of things you can build if you just like build as long as you have the like the materials. Including yeah, a bunny top, bunny hoppers, bunny bod. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Alright, so also you can also whenever you see a punch mark like this, like chat them like chat them up. And if I can calm down.
what?
Excuse me, sorry to bother you, and I know you're terribly busy, but is there any way you might help with a rather urgent request? I promise I won't take much of your time. Heck, I don't have much of my own, but taking up yours. Sorry, getting off track. Anyway, I know I should be running this request through official channels and all that, so I'm sorry. There's just no time. I'm desperate at the moment, and I literally take any help I can get. And not to say you're just anybody, you're great. Look, I'm completely broke, bonkers, but just hear me out, okay? That's all I ask. Huh? Oh, right, sorry. That probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, okay, let me pull it together. Breathe in, breathe in, and out. In, and out. People like it. Oh, okay. Thank you, my head's a lot clearer now. What are we talking about? Oh, right. So, I need you to deliver some supplies to a blade team in the field. I'm a mechanic, you see, and specializing in skulls, I tend to head up a lot of important projects. Sorry, did that sound braggy? Anyway, I just got a call from a team that's always been really nice to me. They asked if I bring them supplies so they can do a repair on their skulls. Apparently, something called a whimsical dual attacked them after they left on a mission, and now they're stranded out there. I pride myself on customer service, but me wandering outside the city is just no bad idea. Bad idea. Especially with the whimsical dual wheel that broke their spell just still kicking around. So I want to help, I'm just a mechanic, there's only so much I could do. But on the other hand, the thought of those poor skulls lying there all beat up just broke my heart. We gathered some adventure stuff and left town, but then kind of panicked about what to do next. The only it's only the only sane plan I could come up with was asking someone else for help, and then you came along. It's like magic, only not. Anyway, I know I should post this up to Mission Control. But I don't have time for rules, man. I just can't I can't just stand around while filing out paperwork and cutting red tape or whatever. Oh, and I'll pay you, of course. Actually, the leader of the team you rescue your mission. I hope. At any rate, they're really in trouble, and if you could get these supplies to them, I'd really appreciate it. Okay then.
Now
So, right. Minordia. Okay, I do have a few teleport spots. There's FN Site 116. And yeah, whenever you teleport, like you do have to, it does have to load, but but if you have the data packs, then data packs already downloaded, then it should be essential. Anyway, I need to use restroom, so I'll be right back. Yeah. Right back. Oh, I was hearing it echo because of the gamepad. Wait. Really strong enemies around here. Alright, so... Anyway, yeah, if you ever see one of these things, or some shiny stuff, those are collectibles. You might as well pick them up if you see them. Dang, that huge boy over there. Alright. Let's jump past there. Okay. And yes, we can swim. Here. Please. Up this way. Okay. Alright, just keep mashing A, and there we go. There, and yeah. Anyway, so yeah, those enemies are a bit, Wait, daytime has come. Oh hey, there's a... Oh. Right here. Alrighty. Nope.
Yo!
So help over here, some indigent attacked us during our assignment. Got one of my men pretty good. Skill's busted too. Dang thing won't move at all. Think we should put some supplies? Oh, Sadie sent you? Oh, why'd you say don't let me flap the gums like an idiot? Here, give me the supplies. I need to get this skill patch pronto. Thanks, Val, you're a lifesaver. I asked Sadie for help, but I wasn't expecting my hopes up. Know what I mean? I'm impressed you made it out here in one piece. Yeah, I can't help you. Okay, right. Well, we sure as heck weren't. That indigent turned up out of nowhere. How the heck did you beat that whimsical dual-quill anyway? That thing was huge. What, you made it all this way without running into it? Not even once? Jeez, either somebody's watching out for you or something's gonna in for us. One or the other. That means that darn whimsical dual-quill is still on the rampage somewhere. What piece of bad news. Not everybody's as lucky as you know? You gotta take that thing out before it kills someone. What do you say? Think that luck of yours is good enough to defeat a whimsical dual-quill? If you want to slap that giant bug in its ugly face, let you know how frustrating it is to have your assignment put on hold. Do this for a fellow blades, clear the route, and kick that ugly thing right in the teeth. I'll be here waiting for all the juicy details. Oh, this!
Watch how a pro does it. You won't beat me. Watch how a pro does it.
Engaging.
You won't beat
Lay down
me.
some fire for me.
I've got your cover fire. Flash grenade! Are you kidding? Who built this pellet gun?
Early bird.
Shoot it!
Scream it! Now,
Ah, frick.
Upper hand.
Hit him again for me! Oh, so I'm allowed to go all out? Kill me! We can't afford to be trouble!
I'm gonna go all out. Up, and there we go.
Strength comes from experience. That's true on any planet.
Right. Hey, 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 hey. Well, you beat that whimsical duo into the next week yet? Hold on now, judging for the air of confidence and the smug grin on your face, I'd say that baby's 6 feet under. Oh shoot, that music's to my ears. You cleared that path and made my data boot. Pretty impressive stuff. I really gotta thank you. Well, while you're off fighting, I was working on the skill. Almost got it patched up. Looks like we'll be back to work without losing much time, thank you. We'll bang these data probes in at the Frontier Nav Pro site and then head back home for supper. With the indigent data they churn out will make sure nobody gets another nasty surprise. One's just a ways northwest of here on the shore of a lake. The other one's in a cave that's in the northwest. I was thinking my team could snatch them both up before all this happened. If you headed that way, they're all yours. Just be careful. Some planet we picked to crash into, huh? You never forget how nuts this place is until you get your arse handed to you by some giant monster. I mean, for the foreseeable future, we're probably gonna be fighting things that can easily crush skulls. I gotta remember to be a lot more careful. Or I'm gonna wind up a lot more dead. No more rookie mistakes for me from here on out. You better be careful too, yeah? Let's both keep us like both of us live a long time. See where humanity goes, you know? Alright. Alright.
This can't be. Open fire! Now! Fire fireball! Shadow strike! Early bird! Kill me! We can't
I
let
should
you
go
go
first. Sliding slinger.
Flame grenade! Oh, I'm sorry. I need it myself. Wow, Need me to wait for fire carnival.
Shadow strike. Appendage destroyed. Move in and strike.
When I hit hard.
Sliding slinger.
Well down.
Scream edge.
Close in. When I hit hard. Cover fire. Look at this sitting duck. That was a stretch. Neutralize. Nice work. Level up. I think my cooking got better.
Oh. Can't use that yet. It's strong enough. Yeah, just right over there.
Open fire! Now! Fire fireball!
Shadow strike. I'm in trouble. Heal me.
Frick.
Kill me! You can't let me hang myself up first. Hang it down! We can let it! Wow! Almost done. I'm not out. I have to do
Ah,
this
frick.
alone. It's wonderful.
Okay, I'm out of here.
We're stuck on a whole different planet. No peace looking at the sky. Trouble's always all around, so we stay quick with the guns and cannons. Standing as long as we can until we get all dolls up. Then call our bets off with no guitar. Dealing with lives messed up.
Dang, that thing is relentless. Oh, here's this thing we can. Oh, it's crap. Literal crap.
Sky's the limit with me.
Over here is a. You can actually, like, there are these things which we can use to take a nap and change the time. But we don't really need to change the time right now, so. Anyway. Feels so weird playing this now. Ugh. Playing this after playing 3 a lot. But yeah, this game is a lot different compared to the Xenoblade games we know, or the main ones, or the ones that you can get on the Switch. But yeah, but this game does have a soft spot in my heart. And there are a lot of reasons why I wanted to find any links to it in Xenoblade 3 or 2 or any of them. So, that's not good.
Damn. I knew we would have heard from them by now.
It was definitely fighting something. But this damage It's not the usual claw or bite marks.
No signs of the team. If they were eaten, we'd know it. So did they walk away, or were they taken?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
The job's not finished. We have more questions now than when we started. We'll head back once we find some answers. Until then, we keep looking.
Hold up, Elma. Check this out. I'm picking up an Earth-based IFF signal coming from that direction. It's Pathfinder.
That thing over there, maybe?
It doesn't look natural, does it?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It looks like trouble.
And look at this. I'm picking up readings for other life forms too. Multiple signals, moving around inside the structure. Elma, you don't think...
Yeah, somebody legit.
No. Look at their movements. They're controlled, orderly. They're definitely not wild animals. Now the question is, are they native to Mira? Or are they visitors like us? And if so, from where?
You think it's one of the forces that destroyed Earth?
Let's not jump to any conclusions. It's a big universe out there. Of course, we shouldn't rule it out either.
Should we call this into HQ?
Yes, but not from here. If we're picking up their signals, they might be close enough to intercept ours.
You there! Drop your weapon.
Oh, speaking of which,
Stay calm. We don't want to provoke them.
Earth aliens, surrender now!
They know about Earth? You may have been right after all, Lynn. Stand down! Did you already forget my first lesson? Fighting is a last resort. Our friends here appear to be able to speak our language. Which means we need to find out if diplomacy is a viable option.
You're right.
We come in peace, and we're willing to negotiate. If you have any Earth alien prisoners, we'd ask the conditions for their release. If you don't, we'll leave you in peace.
No negotiation. No conditions. We have our orders. All Earth aliens must die.
okay, negotiations have failed.
They've seen us!
Alright. So, prone scouts. Move a lot. Like, I only tap it, like, tap my control stick and I move quite a bit. Oh, and of course, that's gonna happen a bunch. If I can't, like, if I just hit it right as the soul voice fades. Righty.
So much for the diplomatic approach. What's the deal with wanting us all dead anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder. They did mention they were following orders. Maybe someone higher up their chain of command would be willing to negotiate.
Well, I guess we're breaking into their camp? Anyway, there's a few things we can salvage around here. Like, or, yeah. Man, there's a lot of tapping. Oh, mechanical level 2. Ready then.
Lynn, can you give us an approximate location for that IFF signal?
Let's see. Seems to be originating from that building over there.
Then we'd better get moving. There's no time to lose.
Prone Puglet. I'm just trying a dumb thing here. Ah, right. I don't think I actually I don't. Yeah, I can't really jump that. Jump it. Yeah, go up this way.
As long as it's coming to us. Fire Carnival! Now, melee attack! When I hit, I hit hard. Side slap! Wild stab! Sliding slinger!
That dented him. Move in and keep the rhythm going.
So I'm allowed to go all out? Take the attack to them!
So yeah, Lynn is actually our tank. So she's supposed to keep aggro on like so if she can keep the aggro on her, then she'll tank the damage no problem.
We got him. Let's move.
I just find it funny that the youngest of us is the one that we're supposed to let take the damage, but hey.
It didn't have to be like this.
Trash chuck!
Shadow strike.
Fire Carnival!
Move in and do some damage.
When I hit, upper strong!
Sliding slap. Melee attacks.
When I hit, I hit hard.
Ah,
Leave this to me.
Side. Move in and do some damage.
When I hit, I hit hard. Are you kidding? Handle this, Colossus! And shoot it! I topple him. This force! Hit him again for me! So I'm allowed to go all out?
Shadow strike. That. Move in and keep the rhythm going.
So I'm allowed to go all out? Fire Carnival!
yeah, whenever you see one of those green dots, that's a target that's targeting an appendage.
Now.
And
Melee attack.
like if you go and going for the appendages like has a lot of benefits, including getting more items. So do it.
Side. Move in and do some damage.
When I hit, I hit hard.
They're about to hit an all-time high. Slinger! Hostile neutralized. Switch to close range combat.
Ready. Oh, I mean, I got the appendage. And yeah, the enemy even changes based on, like, even loses stuff based on what appendage you get.
We got him. Let's move.
Right. Is that like an alien beehive? Aha! Oh, this one's strictly better. Yeah, neither did I. I just felt like doing a weekly, like, just doing it at least. Like, doing, like, weekly, updates. Yeah. Which means I'll definitely have, like, there'll probably be other projects during this, but yeah. Yeah, we just got started. Like, we're in chapter 3 right now, but we just got started. Ooh. What? Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. It's a black sheep of the Xenoblade series for sure. But it is one that I still like love. But there are problems with it. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Okay. Yay. And like when I played this back in college, I did reach the maximum, like the max time, like of 999 minutes or hours. I also 100%ed it, so yeah. Like, I think there's an old like Miiverse post that I posted that would prove that I got 100%. If proof. Yeah. I don't know why I'm having trouble with the camera, but it just feels weird to me. I don't know. Gee. Oh, I guess we're going in here. The movement feels a lot more weirder than I remember. Oh. Oh.
They're all dead. You killed them all. In cold blood.
Fortune did not smile upon them today.
Nelson.
You filthy Earth aliens do not belong on this planet.
You seem more fluent than the others. Are you in charge?
I am called Glennar. I command this squad, Earth alien. Now it is time for you to surrender.
Hello, Glennar. I am called Elma, and I command this squad. If this planet is your home, we apologize for intruding. We crash-landed here after our ship was damaged in an attack by unknown adversaries. We were hoping we could negotiate a peaceful settlement in exchange for our friends, but...
Peaceful settlement? Your words are wasted on us. All we can promise Earth aliens is a swift death.
Elma.
Right. We tried. Looks like survival of the fittest it is. Fine then. Seeing as you know we come from Earth, I'm guessing there's a good chance we might have a score to settle with you anyway.
Right. Alright. Nice. Ah, frick. I'm just gonna use this on myself, just in case.
Early bird.
Almost down, but not out.
Right.
Gliding flinger. Shadow strike. Side slash.
Screw on any. I won't leave him a second. Pushy. Hit harder.
Upper hand.
This one's finished.
Slide.
Moving quicker.
Nice. Move in and do some damage.
When I hit hard. Fire carnival. Soul hammer. Oopsie daisy.
And there we go.
I don't get it. Why would they be so bent on killing all humans?
Who can say? Whatever the reason, this is dire news. We should let the others know ASAP. Let's call it in and head back to HQ for a full debrief.
Roger that. And here I just started to hope we'd finally escaped all this.
Escape! Yes, escape! Tatsu also want escape!
Oh boy.
Right!
Let's not leave Tatsu trapped!
More Xenos? What should we do?
Stay back, Link. What do you think, Rook?
Let's leave it alone.
Yeah. Let's leave this stone unturned.
Better safe, right?
Tatsu's it! And Tatsu not stone! Mama Pan always said Tatsu should help friends in need. This time, Tatsu needs friends' help!
Show no mercy.
Dark!
Listen to
So
himself.
dark! Tatsu can't breathe!
I'm sorry, man. But okay.
Oh? Oh ho! Tatsu finally free!
Interesting. One of the vegetables is sentient.
Talking potato. I wonder if it tastes different too. I know what we're having for dinner tonight. You don't know it yet, new girl, but I'm a pretty mean cook.
You are mean! Mean and cruel! Tatsu definitely not potato! Tatsu explained this to dumb and silly Prone when they take Tatsu, but Prone not listen! Prone never listen! On Nopon rude day, Prone first set sticky feet on Mira. Especially Tatsu. Tatsu witnessed Prone abuse firsthand. At this rate, entire Nopon race in danger! Yes, Nopon are endangered species. So really, friends have social responsibility to protect Tatsu from danger.
What do you think, Elma? Bake or fry?
Wait a minute. The beings who captured you. Big brutes in armor? Little pointy ears?
Yes, Prone!
And they're a more recent arrival here, is that right? They're not native to this planet?
Not native, recent! If friends want more details, friends must promise to protect Tatsu. Only then will Tatsu talk.
Right. Elma, you hold him. I'll deal.
Tatsu will talk! Tatsu will talk! Friends not get Nopon sense of humor is all!
Wow.
So if I understand correctly, this is your homeworld. The Nopon people are native to Mira. And then just recently, the Prone show up and quickly hunt you to the edge of extinction. Is that right?
Not just Prone. Prone and their nasty, evil buddies. Lots and lots of them.
Their buddies? You mean other alien races?
Other hungry alien races. They all gang up on Nopon. They do horrible, terrible things to Nopon. Someday, Tatsu will turn tables and eat them for a change. Tatsu has seen those eyes before. Hungry eyes, like Prone eyes. Tatsu is here to serve, not be served.
Yeah, seriously. What kind of barbarian would want to eat this little guy just like that? We should take care of him. Wash and clean him, season him.
That's right, that's right. This is exactly what Tatsu is saying. Take Tatsu to your village. Wash and clean Tatsu. Season Tatsu. Wait.
What do you think? Take him with us?
He seems harmless enough. And he'd be a good source of information on Mira and the Prone. All right. We can debrief him when we report to Commander Vanden. As long as he passes the quarantine scan, we can bring him back to New LA.
Right. Let's get that out of the way. All clear.
Then Tatsu can join friends? Dance of joy! New friends are friendliest friends ever! I know! Tatsu has special thank you gifts for friends, for saving Tatsu's life! Tatsu will lend it to friends for free!
Lend? It's not a gift if you don't give it.
Give it away? For always? For free? This would be insulting to friends and to Tatsu! No Nopon merchant worth his salt and pepper could do such a thing!
Indeed.
Tatsu is grateful, but Tatsu not insane!
What? It's insane to think if someone saves your life, you might actually show them some real... And he's not even listening.
Friend, do you ever get lost? Tired of bulky maps and flawed memory?
jokes with Tatsu. Joke funny now, but joke not so funny when friend wander into Loafenfill Lake on accident. Presenting Follow Ball!
Ooh.
Follow Ball is #1 ultimate best super secret must-have no-pon item. If friends get lost out in wild, friends just follow Ball of Light to safety. And now it's yours, for free, to borrow! For now, anyway.
Really? Follow Ball? That's the best name you could come up with for your super special thing?
Meh, meh, meh! What would friend prefer? Fancy name no one understands so friend can feel smart? Now, time for no-pon dance of generosity.
I don't know. Is that thing really gonna be all that useful? What if it's a trap, or boom, it just blows up in our faces?
Ah yes, that reminds Tatsu. If Follow Ball get damaged, Tatsu need to charge friends full price, plus restock fee.
So much for Dance of Generosity.
Oh. Presenting Follow Ball! Before using Follow Ball, select mission friend want guidance for. Oh, it's super convenient. Not one treasure, but also total junk if no mission is neglected. Oh, and Follow Balls sometimes get lost, so try to go easy on Follow Ball. It's pretty smart for the most part. Okay, alright. So yeah. And yeah, you can just keep using it if you want, and yeah. Oh wait.
Upper hand. When I hit, I hit hard. Lightning, shadow strike.
This one's finished. Moving close and attack.
Now it's my turn. Side slash. Upper hand. Sliding slinger.
So pretty.
Shadow strike.
Wild down. Topple them. Close in. When I hit, I hit hard.
Toppled.
Lay down some cover fire. Flame grenade. Fire particle.
Sliding slinger. Scream edge.
Yay! We win.
Nice work.
Alright, so okay, there was a thing that we could scan in here. Ha. So yeah.
I think even my cooking got better.
Yeah. Okay, there's also a scan. There's also a place we could put a probe nearby, so let's do that. So, you have submissions that I picked up. Where is that? I think that's actually, okay, that's pretty far away, actually. Yeah, both of those are pretty. Okay. Okay, pretty far away for now. So yeah, there's a... Alright. So yeah, whenever I'm standing around, it's probably because I'm looking at the gamepad and checking my map. Yeah.
Open fire! Now! Target incredible! When I hit, hard. Oopsie daisy! Fire away!
Oopsie daisy. The first. Like we just, like this is literally like yeah, this is the first. And like I said, we'll be doing. I'm planning on doing these weekly on Fridays.
Switch to close range combat.
Wait, is it really 20 pounds? It doesn't really feel that heavy.
Upper stand. Fight nice. Move in and do some damage.
When I hit, I hit hard. We win!
Nice work.
Okay. Okay, mechanical. Oh. Alright, now I can actually do... Okay. I set that to jump. Okay. Now there is another probe. Another probe if I go a bit of ways, but yeah. Yeah, I can get this unique monster just from teleporting this way. Yeah. Like, no problem, no problem. Yeah. But yeah. Like this game does make me appreciate all the things I took for granted in 3 though. In that like stuff like seeing other objectives at the same time. Oh hey. No problem. I can. Please, Monica, you've got to understand, as Blades, our first priority is coming home alive. And as one responsible for his team, I had to take the path with the least amount of risk. But you want to give up his life to save ours? Pathetic. Look, like, if you don't want to go, that's fine. I'll find Connor alone. Monica, that's crazy. Will you please listen to me for a second? Huh? What is it? If you came out here, I'm guessing it's because you're a Blade. In that case, let me ask you something. Should an entire team risk their lives to rescue one single member? Or should that team run back to NLA like a pair of sniveling cowards and wait for reinforcements? Honestly, I would want to rescue them. You've got guts. What if a friend dies when we're sitting on our arses back in NLA? What's then? And if the two of us go missing as well, how does that help Connor? Difficult to ask, but would you help head north to Sickle Rock Rise and see if you can find an intercept and Connor? part of our team, and we got separated on a survey job, and he hasn't come back. Okay. Thank you. Being to a poll. We'll just invite more trouble. I'm sorry you have to see any of this, but know that I really appreciate the help. So, as soon as we know Connor's location, we'll do our best to rescue him. Please help us find our friend. Yeah, the unique monster I'm hunting is really close by. And there's also there's even a probe spot. Okay. Okay. Oh. Maybe we can take him.
Name again? Oh well. Only one of us is going down.
Alrighty then.
Lightning nice. Move in and do some damage.
When I hit hard. Shower figure. Take the attacks to them. Hey, force it off.
Now it's my turn.
Wild down. Ladder. Lay out some cover fire. Look at this sitting duck. Thermal payload.
Nice. Move in and do some damage.
When I hit hard.
Tough. Touch me up.
Nope.
I'll kill you.
Appreciate it.
Sorry. You guys, take it from me. Thank you. Wake you up.
Ah, frick.
Fire carnival.
Okay. Yeah, I really I have always been a fan of this setting. It's also one of the reasons I really want a sequel. So I think that I really want a sequel because I grew attached to this setting. Anyway, right, where are you, Connor? Oh, up this way. Yeah. But I understand I understand a port I mean
Didn't have to be like this.
I would love to see a port of this, but at the same time I also really want to see the sequel and not if it because on one hand a port could mean we're just getting the same game with still no resolution to the cliffhanger, but I mean if it does something with Two Connected, then I'd be okay with that, I guess. Yeah. So this game did get I believe like this game did get critical reception, or a bit, like, of like it had a bit of a shaky, like, bit of like shaky reception came to when the game got released, because I mean, because of music and basic settings not being in the game. Okay, I usually top of that. But I mean, despite all the flaws, I do. Anyway, hey, bro.
Hey.
Oh, sweet baby back ribs, you're human. I guess my luck hasn't completely run out on me. Monsters were chasing me everywhere. First I ran out of ammo, then I lost my comm device, then, well, I was pretty sure my time was up. Why am I not surprised? I mean, waiting for her to care, but she's always been a bit of a worrywart. So I suppose I should report back and let him know I'm okay. I hate to bother you, but help me look for my comm device. It should be nearby. No, we're fellow blades and all, but I'm still willing to pay you for your time. My goof up that put us here anyway. Oh wow. Comm device is pretty far away. Also, yeah, this is it. Yeah, like sometimes I have to think to myself, like I have to reassure myself, fall damage is okay. Like, you don't take fall damage in this game. I mean, the long loading times, like they were addressed like on day 0. Like I mean, the data packs were announced like a few weeks before the game was released. In fact, you were even able to download we were able to download the data packs like weeks in advance. Though, I mean, though came the problem of needing enough space that the Wii U didn't, that some Wii U's didn't have enough default space for.
Let's get over there. They're off guard. Stagger them with a melee attack.
Yeah.
I can stagger them. Fire carnival!
Side slash. Light appendage destroyed. Move in and
When I
strike.
hit, I hit hard.
Oh wait, I brought a swing. Sweet.
Light nice. Move in and do some damage.
When I hit, I hit hard.
Shadow strike.
I can't do this alone.
One more hit.
Wait. Wait. Wait a minute. Yeah, meanwhile I actually have I have a powered hard drive. But for this game alone. Like back in the day my dad when my dad was still working at the college he was working at, he ended up he was able to get his hands on one of those powered hard drives that you could portable powered hard drives, and basically just needed to get you could take it as long as you erase completely factory reset it. They just need to get rid of them.
Open fire! Now!
Target set. Shadow strike.
Hammer! Slip edge.
Side slash.
I might have thought about the SD card thing, but the fact that, like, I was just able to get it for free was like, okay, they're able to get it like 100 gigabytes, or I think it may actually be 200, like a few hundreds, like a few odd hundred. For classes, on rank 9. Okay, then I could start. Also, this class name might sound familiar. Yep, Full Metal Jaguar. Originated from this game. In fact, Full Metal Jaguar is actually Elma's class. But yeah, you start out with as a drifter, as a drifter class, and it just oh, okay, nice. Hear that? No problem.
Let's get over this.
Let's see what you've got.
Fire Carnival!
Shadow Strike! Move in and do some damage.
So I could probably get an SD card for the, like, with the same amount of space for, like, cheaper now than I could have back then. Or micro SD. Still boggles my mind how so much data could be placed in something so small. Okay, need 2 more of those. So I think it might be a bit. Those guys are. Yeah, okay. I think the sweets might be gone, but well, anyway, I can grab this. I can do this and. Yeah. Yes, those are words that I understand. Like I know what you're talking about, but like in a vacuum it could sound it just yeah. Okay. Balls. Okay, let's try that again. Like that was poorly judged. Okay, and yeah, we can. Okay, I could probably come back here during the day, and there might be less enemies. This one, try. Ah! Oh, hey, Lawless. Didn't realize you were in this game. Too bad I can't grab the items in the middle of a fight. Oh, probably grab it. Yep, there we go. Woo! Ah, frick! Well. Anyway. Huh. Neat. Oh, wait. He's up there. Okay.
It didn't have to be like this.
Okay. Skirpo. Oh, thank you. I do have... Yeah. Like my PC came with a terabyte came with a terabyte of came with a terabyte hard drive or yeah, I think it was hard drive. Yeah, I bought an yeah. First I bought a hard drive and then I added an SSD later. Oh, and okay.
Let's keep it up.
All right. Nice. Maybe. Yeah.
Well,
Alright, here's your comm device. Yeah. Right. Yeah, like I had a hybrid, like a, or like, well, I had both an SSD and a hard drive in one of my laptops.
Strength comes from experience. That's true
Then,
on any
oh, hi.
level.
well.
Okay. Even is this? Oh, it's way out of the way. Okay. Okay, let's get back on track then. Okay, Blade Barracks. And... okay. Yeah. Also, when was the last time I saved? 2 seconds ago.
Damn, losing Nelson's team is a real blow. But the fact we're not the only visitors on this rock is even worse.
They made it clear they want all humans dead. For all we know, they may be related to the forces that destroyed Earth and followed us here.
Wonderful. I'll report this to Secretary Nagi. See if we can't bolster our defenses. Just one last thing. What the bloody hell is this dancing turnip doing here?
He's actually a potato.
Tatsu, not turnip or potato. For last time, Tatsu is not food. Now, on behalf of Planet Mira, Tatsu welcome all Earth people and offer a friendly treaty of friendship.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, we were thinking he could be a good source of general intel about the planet. Exactly how useful that'll be remains to be seen.
Oh, don't you worry about a thing. Friend's totally safe now that Tatsu is in town. Tatsu watch over and protect Friends, especially weak, pathetic Lindley with her thin, bony wings.
You mean my arms? Look who's talking. And who said anything about you coming with us? You can stay here, you greedy, annoying little cabbage. I'm sure there's a salad here that could use you.
Tatsu stay here? Friends would leave Tatsu behind?
It's for the best. You said yourself your people are endangered, and the Xenos that captured you might still be out there. You'll be safest here in the city.
Agreed.
Tatsu not agreed. Friends will want Tatsu along. Friends need Tatsu along.
Do we?
How so?
What? Well, that, of course. This planet have many helpful Nopon that Tatsu can talk to. Other Nopon can share information for Friends.
That might be useful.
That right. Most Nopon not like Tatsu. Nopon can be shy. Nopon can be difficult. Most Nopon never trust Friends or even talk to Friends. But Tatsu? Nopon love Tatsu. Tatsu use smooth talk and winning personality to get Friends good info.
The tater tot has a point.
More like an ulterior motive, if you ask me.
Tatsu perish the thought. Tatsu intentions are pure, Lindley. Pure as snow. Lindley intimidated by Tatsu's strength and smarts. But do not worry, Tatsu is true friend.
Strength and smarts, huh? That's That's really not what I'm worried about here.
All right, then it's settled. Small Fry here will accompany you three out in the field. After all, we can use all the info we can get.
Seriously? We have to babysit this thing?
You're the ones who picked him up. Besides, would you really want to leave him with another team?
Maybe not. Unless we were invited to the meal, I mean.
See? Already getting along like peas and carrots. He can... Yay!
Oh, come on, Commander! That's not funny! I've got my hands full out there! This is so unfair. Back me up here, would you, Elma?
I'm sure Elma has no objections.
Right. As you say, Commander.
Done and done. Welcome to Blade, Tater. Counting on you.
Yes, sir! And it's a Tatsu. Oh, one thing Tatsu forgot to mention. Nopon are pacifists, so friends need to defend Tatsu, keep extra super safe in any battle. Tatsu VIP diplomat, after all.
And why am I not surprised? So much for him watching over and protecting us.
And yeah, this is where, I guess this is where Nopon being pacifist also came from. %.
So, Rook, feel like you're starting to get the hang of things?
Of course not. You just started.
Alright, well, why don't we review the key points then, and I can fill in some details. Blade's top priority right now is to secure missing pieces of the Lifehold.
Right.
You remember that much. Countless people are frozen in the Lifehold. It's the key to restoring humanity. Up until we ran into the Prone, our biggest concern was that wild indigents would stumble on the Lifehold and damage it somehow. But now there's a more pressing threat. Intelligent alien races who are intentionally trying to destroy us. So, our search has new urgency. We need to find and retrieve all of the Lifehold ASAP.
And the best way to do that is by expanding the reach of Frontier Nav. The more probes we can install, the wider we can scan, and the faster we can find bits of the Lifehold.
So our primary focus going forward should be to travel around Mira installing data probes. As many as we can, as fast as we can. I can't stress enough how important this is. You still with me? Okay, once more from the top then.
Oh, frick!
Blade's top priority right now is to secure
Whoops!
Good. Then let's move on to the other pressing threat that Blade has to deal with. Hostile indigents. There's no real delicate way to put this. Any wildlife that poses a clear threat must be eliminated. The Lifehold is our future, but we can't ignore the present. We still have our duty to keep New LA safe. And sometimes that duty requires enacting coordinated strikes to solve problems before they can do real harm.
We're the newcomers here, it's true. And they're usually just out to defend their territory. But sometimes it really is them or us. And we have to make sure it's us. Don't get me wrong. It's not like we run out there and light up anything that moves.
Right.
Only Blade HQ can choose targets. And they tend to keep them strictly to creatures that pose a significant threat to our survival.
order to contribute to this cause, operatives are asked to form into squads to take on special missions. These squad missions, as we call them, don't get posted to mission control like your other, more typical assignments. Rather, HQ transmits the details directly to all of us at the same time. Basically, they want as many people to know about them ASAP, so they can be taken care of ASAP.
I'm sure you can imagine that these missions aren't your run-of-the-mill little fetch quests. It's not the kind of stuff just one or two blades could handle on their own. That's why squads can have as many as 32 members.
Oh.
And it's why we ask members to sign up to a squad beforehand. We can't have blades playing musical chairs whenever this kind of emergency hits us. But just remember, squad missions are not mandatory. You don't have to drop everything you're doing just to take one on. HQ has no way of knowing what every blade is up to when these missions arise. If you're busy with something else, they'll understand. They need to trust our collective judgment with these things, and, well, so far so good.
And I think that about covers the basics, right?
Search for the missing pieces of the life hold. Install data probes to expand Frontier Nav. And take on squad missions when you can to keep us safe. Got all that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We'll go over it as many times as it takes. Hostile indigents.
Yeah, though I didn't realize they talked about squad missions here.
Good. We're counting on you.
And briefing adjourned. Thank God.
Amen.
All right, well, it's getting pretty late, isn't it?
Yeah, let's call it a night.
Oh, Tatsu's so excited to sleep in real bed. Lily can show Tatsu to his room now.
Oh, your room is right over there.
Oh, it looks perfect size for Tatsu. Wait, what? Tatsu know what that is. That refrigerator. We'll go in there to cool off.
I guess you are smarter than you look.
Well, Tatsu not want to brag, but... wait a minute! Tatsu see what Lily did there!
Foggy. So 55%. At last, your Blade adventures begin. Many story missions could be undertaken via the Blade Barracks, but remember that they come with specific requirements like level and survey rate. Good luck, Rook. We're counting on you to find the Lifehold core. Good job in your first mission. 2 new features are now available. The first is Blade Reports, which allow Blade operatives to interact and share info. Use this feature to coordinate missions, give advice, or even shower me with affection if you so desire. Yeah, cannot send when in offline mode. So, oops. Next is the Blade Scout feature. This allows a Blade operative from another team to aid you for a limited time. Simply access the Blade Scout console anytime you need an extra hand. Well, look at that. Now all the Blade services are at your disposal. Also can't use when on offline mode. Hey, so have you set up your greeting? They're a great tool for introducing yourself to other operatives. You can personalize it by sending edit greetings from the social menu and try them out sometime. Just remember to be respectful to other players, alright? once you hit rank 10, you might want to think about changing classes. Moving from Drifter to a higher class will allow you to use skills. Oh, and remember, you can change classes anytime, so don't be afraid to try something new. You're a blade now. That implies great responsibility, but also great freedom. And though some assignments require the party members who can take you on your travels, it's generally up to you. Call on Lynn or myself anytime you like. We'll be in the barracks. And yeah, we have new characters that can join. So yeah, we can now ask Elma to join. Yep, yeah. Full Metal Jaguar, Blade Barracks, former Colonel Coalition Special Forces, Skeleton Crew. Like both like Elma's twin swords are complemented by dual firearms, which she wields with deadly skill in a standard Full Metal Jaguar style. And her signature arts are Shadow Strike and Ghost Factory. Alright, from the outfitter, we have the Shield Trooper Lynn. Lynn is a great genius mechanic whose skills extend to Skeltech and beyond. She has a bubbly personality, treating everyone with equal warmth. Though young, she bears a passion for justice and a fierce will to live. Though small in frame, Lynn wields a massive shield to valiantly engage foes up close, a hallmark of her standard Shield Trooper style. And her signature arts are Fire Carnival and Drum Roll. We're also able to ask Irina to join us for a bit. And gutsy but cool-headed, Irina devotes her entire being to protecting the people of NLA. Back in her skeleton crew days, Irina served under Elma, a leader for whom she still maintains strong adoration. She aids allies by using recovery techniques, which with areas of effect. Her style is based on the Psycorruptor class. So yeah, she is Psycorruptor Plus. So a bit different from. So her class is Psycorruptor, but she's a bit different. Smooth recovery and quick in it. You can tell why I really that's why I really why Senna stuck out to me right away, because it was like seeing Lynn again. And back in the day, Lynn was one of my favorite characters, and she still is. And we also have Gwyn, the Samurai Gunner class. Also a really awesome name. An honest man with an unshakable sense of justice. If not the sharpest tool in the shed, Gwyn admires his commanding officer, Irina, and yearns to protect her, though a lack of ability has prevented him from fully realizing this noble goal. He uses a standard Samurai Gunner set to fearlessly charge into the fray, often leaving his comrades to clean up the aftermath. And his signature arts are Ultra Slash and Grenade Blitz. We can also have Doug join the party. Doug is stern in appearance, but rather meek in demeanor. When one of Lynn's skill tests ends in failure, he usually takes the flak. He is a competent fighter, however, especially when in a stealth cockpit, which we can't use for a while. No predicament is too daunting for Doug, who uses a unique style based on the Blast Fencer class to do battle on the front lines. So yeah, we just got access to 5 different party members. And yeah, over here we have this, but well, okay, there's support missions, but yeah, support missions not available. Use reward tickets. Yeah, back when this game was back when you could play this online, you could earn reward tickets and buy materials. You're able to buy materials using tickets. It was a great feature, and it makes sense for online mode, but it also gets left behind yeah. and unavailable offline. Yeah, we got a bunch of things we can't do because we're in offline mode. Because, yeah. Also, I believe this is all... Actually, wait a minute. Okay. This is an affinity mission, which we need to be at level 12 and have, and just have one part of affinity with Elma. I believe we already have. I think we have that by default. We can check the affinity chart. Yeah. You can actually see, the other party members are actually part of your affinity chart. Oh, we're still not completely there, but we need. Wow. Only 20. Man, I can't believe I'm older than some characters. And yeah, Tatsu's also 13. So. Oh, 65. I guess it makes sense for... And player affinity, I believe that's limited, player affinity is, well, for player characters. Or just basically with other party members you may meet along the way. Wait, there's still no sound for that? Well, I mean, it still says she's 13. Yeah, she's 13, so... And there's even a cutscene where Elma says she's 13, so she's always been 13. So 15 would also make sense, but yeah. Anyway, I'm actually gonna call it here for tonight. Actually, it's getting up there, and we made quite a bit of progress tonight. I will go and check my ground gear a bit. We need to be level 13 for these. Oh. Yeah, now we also have, these little, some fashion equipment. Yeah, so you can get, nice little, tank tops and t-shirts. I'll check it. Check it on my own time. But anyway, but yeah. Have I saved yet? I guess we'll... Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, so that's gonna be it for tonight. We did about 4 hours tonight, which is, pretty good. I want to make that I guess the average, like 6 or 4, kind of like what we did with Xenoblade 3. And yeah. Great. So thanks everyone for stopping by. Let's be alright with this. Alright, thank taters. Later, taters. Ugh. I don't know. Potato not fun. Anyway, but yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. Thanks everyone for stopping by. Have a good night, and God bless, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Meow.